February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? So as Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? He agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt, isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to, Mr. Wright. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, number 9. Rebel. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. Well, that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder of the police department. In so doing, I believe... Why is everyone's sentences getting weird now? I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Oh god. It is I, the policeman. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meakin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murder, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again. Sir, you've got to believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is...
Sir, I am what you call a part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir.
Officer Meekings. Yes, sir. Shut up. Give us your report on the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of the generation that must be told what to do. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
Crime report, sir.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family's motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside my head.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. Alright, Mr. Meeseeks. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room. Mr. Meekins, you work in General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Right. Now that's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not orderly performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. With that, I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Ah, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Spotted a suspicious man. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed here, right? There it is, I found it. This is the one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. With the number 4989596. It's shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to get him down after everything settled.
Wait, that contradicts what you just said. I see, so it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir, that's when I spotted the man. Okay, never mind, it doesn't contradict. When I spotted the man on the security screen. Data added to the ID card record. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. You were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir, a knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be. I saw the blood trickling down my arm. I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, then I did it. What exactly do you mean you said you did it? I know that look. I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films. The man just let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife. I spun around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See, he must have been desperate. And the next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to a report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
Well, that's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? You got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief?
Delivered it. What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir, that's obviously right, sir. Videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security room in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. I was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like I'm communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Having this Kai's voice and Phoenix Wright's voices, they're melding together. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using the word murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of the real murderer. What are we getting ourselves into? Oh my god, it's animated. He was the murderer. Oh my god, it's 3D. What? Why are you gonna come in walking like that? That is not what he described at all. That guy got destroyed. Wait. Where'd he go? We would have seen it. We would have seen him walk out. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the heck was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly?
Security video added to the court record. Yes, well, anyways, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter something. Or someone. In the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
The mystery man.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints, too. The locker he opened and unquestionably Detective Goodman's locked, sir.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with the contradictions. That's where I have to start.
Mystery man.
Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter. The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a close look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking to them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it.
There's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, but there was the handprint with the of Detective Marshall, or not Detective, Officer Marshall. So he's a suspect. But you don't know it for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen. Didn't I just do this? Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares are disturbing that.
Meekins? Having been shown a questionable video at best, we're not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
Yeah. It's like they questioned the one kid for having the phone, but this guy's got like his megaphone and stuff like that. I mean, he opened the locker door, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints too. But Goodman could have left it open for whoever came in to do the job for him. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of method he tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir, and this too.
The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know. The workers are the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprints.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir.
No, the man doesn't get women. He said his romance issues.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir.
My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video?
I don't know, is there? Can I watch it?
That rectangle above his locker is weird. So there's Goodman. It kind of looked like he just opened it. Like, it didn't look like he did fingerprints. And there goes this weirdo, Quagmire looking dude. He was turned around for a reason. Also convenient that the wooden thing here. There's a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. I'm gonna save so I don't have to sit through all this dialogue again.
What? The video contains such a contradiction.
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
You would want me to point it out.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
You have to point out a problem in the video. It's the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy end up becoming a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction in this video?
I feel like it would be this. But I guess... Well, I was gonna say, I guess you could set it up as like... Oh, the light's glaring on it, right? But none of the other ones are like that. Because, like, if just... Because this light would also probably be doing it to these two. So this could probably already be open. See, I don't know if I'm just crazy, but that looked like he just kind of opened it. What's up, bud? He is turned around. So he's trying to hide his face. I'd say that's a contradiction. But I guess... in pointing out if this is... Also, he's clipping through his thing. I kind of want to call that out. He puts up his hands. Look at this weirdo. No, please. Wait, there's a lot of blood on him. On his shoulder, but... Did he grab him? Yeah, he did. He did. He did try to grab him. So his hand got slashed and he grabbed him. So his shoulder got dealt a lot of blood. And then he's like, alright, I give up. And then he gets stabbed. But then he's gone. So it's like, where is he? Where'd he go? So I have two things I'm going to try to call out. I'm going to call out this glare. Because it seems odd to me. The thing that's strange about the video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, the sensor reads your fingerprints. Yeah, see, it's glowing already. It reads your fingerprints. If it's a match... Wait, was that open when I was investigating? No, that wasn't open when I was investigating. That's Gumshoe's locker. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. It was already open, so somebody else could have came in and, you know, did the deed. Okay, we get it. Can we fast forward? I don't want to listen to this satanic song. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind to a little earlier. Also, he has gloves on, right? Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Order, order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have been broken, or it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunctions.
Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensors. Something jam the sensor. Say, there's something else that seemed out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Please point out the cause for this.
Wouldn't it be over here? No. I was gonna say, wasn't there like a funky device near Gumshoe's like stuff? Why wasn't the locker locked? How the heck am I supposed to know? Anything wrong with this demon? Why wasn't the locker locked? Oh. It'd be that thing. This right here. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh god. Beep 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 beep. Oh,
The glove. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
well, sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my...
We can't be sure that this was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean?
The sensor triggered the lock when the door shut. What if something was inserted, let's say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
Come on, if you're gonna play the video again, at least let the demonic music play so I have background noise.
Dun-dun.
This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of the 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing on my...
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene?
It just might have been something like that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? Right after he saves, because he doesn't want to sit through the dialogue again. What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker?
This glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that that was in the victim's locker.
There's a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. Well, that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear, sir.
Order. So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be so misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in this video is indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
I don't think I will. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure that you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this some kind of joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
Mystery Man 2. Electric Boogaloo. There's one thing that proves that the man was a Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card.
An ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for a transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special evidence.
Special evidence, or special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There's only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right. I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Stop sign man! There was one other thing that proves that it was Detective Goodman.
So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand... Oh, I skipped.
I even give the V for victory sign, sir.
Can he just use his right hand for that?
Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what might say until the very end.
To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I kept it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time is my ID card that gets stuck instead of the door closing. Maybe I should have just leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card, but the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony. When ID cards used, there's a record.
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman.
What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor.
Not the prosecutor again. Hey, Mommy, is that the man of the murder?
Don't stare at him. You've got to be the wrong color, kid.
It would seem so. The inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used such card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he's just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with his ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to be missing something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got.
So the contradiction is with the ID card.
Well, his ID card was found at the garage. Deep deep. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep.
I never actually looked at this. Oh, his ID card was missing. Okay, so what do I call that out? To the evidence room, one must use their ID when at the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
Wait 1 moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID, right?
I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. The day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Water, Sandy.
Rebel, 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 rebel.
Order, order. So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
God, he just looks like Rob Lucci, dude. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Screw you. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo.
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes? What's he up to?
That being said, or that being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is so fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
This isn't going to the end well.
Dun it. Well, well. Seems you finally realize exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment of the defendant used a murder weapon.
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
the activity in the evidence room will leave many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of the Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... I do. How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess?
Save the game, just in case. I object.
One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about? I didn't lay a trap.
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder.
Yes.
Nor did it show them leaving.
Okay.
Dun 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 dun. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of this matter.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We've not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh? Whom do you have in mind?
Someone who would have the reason to believe knows the truth.
The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you have to testify, what is his or her name? Gumshoes. Clearly. Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of evidence room. I feel that we should hear what he has to say.
The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is while the witness is brought here. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess. Yeah, I call the playground. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. Huh? I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Let me fade back into reality, pal. You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked for?
No. You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Can I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident file? I'll need them by noon, talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, Chief Prosecutor, were a witness in that case.
This guy was a witness? SL9 incident files. Files for the Joe Dark killings. Solved 2 years ago.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with the serial murders. Oh, wait. Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me.
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this is SL9 incidents. That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait. She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Grant, and Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to be getting back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better make a good look at this file.
To be continued.
To be continued. Right now. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court number 9. Oh, I'm alone. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Howdy, partner.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Who let a man bring alcohol?
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly crossing intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct?
According to the papers, partner. What do you mean?
A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. I don't speak that southern speak. Day of the crime.
My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. And I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say for your beard. Or I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprints-activated locks on the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weakness now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Day of the crime. Now we'll just go down the process. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. A caretaker who entered the recordings.
You entered them?
Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. Nothing's unusual and is recorded. Tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy's had a fair share of dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room.
Wait.
But we have his handprint. Or we have his fingerprint, but why is it... Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to that. Just in case of jumping the gun. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Well, you heard a word I said, partner. I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperado I know joins the police force.
So Officer Marshall on the day of the crime.
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
Wait, he just contradicted himself.
How does this guy avoid being fired?
Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism.
Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
That's quite incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon. Let's just call him out on the rest. What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat the parlor's Vangol sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not at all. Desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says.
Do you not want to raise this year?
Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner, or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me on this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
One thing seems clear despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room. The witness doesn't appear to have anything or have seen anything.
Jackson Marshall don't take orders from no anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. I can't have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante.
Okay, so the trump card is the handprint. It has to be. So what do I got? What the heck?
Incident number SL9. Perpetrator Joe Dart. Crime. Serial murder. Sentence. Death. Victims. Edward, Jason, Edith, Rachel, Jeb, Neil.
Wait, Neil Marshall.
Well, now hold on just a second there, partner. Kirby? Trial data. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witness Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Investigative Task Force. Executive investigators Damon Grant, Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Stalker. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. I feel like the handprint is what I have. I mean, I guess I could call the locker out for the 2 security things, but they kind of already established that, you know. The room's protected by security systems. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. The streets I salute, I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, but if he was a detective, he would have had to use it. That's not what I wanted. I hit the wrong button. That was not the button I wanted to press. Alright, well, we'll just get it out of the way. We'll just... Okay, it doesn't correlate.
This saying it's clearly faulty, Your Honor. I don't think it is. I think you're dumb. You're jumping the gun there, Mr. Wright.
I don't think the 2 security systems matter. But here's the thing. He claims he doesn't understand how they work. But not only did he work as a detective, he worked surveillance. He would watch people use it. Well, we were on a roll today. Now we've hit the stump. Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. I think I used the handprint for that. No. Yeah, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow. God dang it! So what do I have?
The knife.
A rubber glove. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. If I remember right, I was at the street side. I don't know if these last 2 things have anything to do with this. I feel like it's one of these first 3. My job is to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. Exactly do you keep an eye on them? I just make sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even times dies, and I just take care of the recordings. You entered them. Videos are nothing aren't useful. When the time come, I'd erase the tape. The tape's erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. You guys have flare so for erratic is good, so in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Maybe here I present the hand? No. This is gonna be one of those things where I get hung up on one thing.
This rootin' tootin' cowboy's got his alibi locked tight. I tell you what, I can't figure this out.
That's not what I wanted. If you remember right, it's a little sus. You're digging in a place like that, I was eating spaghetti. Do I put the hand to that? Well, I got one more guess anyway, so I might as well just throw it out. I was right! Officer Marshall, doesn't that strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
You dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
It's real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. If you had the blood-stained fingerprints,
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime.
Not to be that guy, but what's her name? Emma? Emma's provided so much more help than Maya.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. But did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
What?
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. guess we just go down the list. That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month.
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprints data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. Wait, but he said he doesn't understand how the things work. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood stain. So then, what about the bloody handprint?
Wasn't mine. It's no mystery.
Please explain.
My locker's covered with my fingerprints. It just so happens the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance.
The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me for the mere fingerprint. You wanna know why?
The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated?
Well, different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do a breakfast while the other's a type of murder.
He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have anything to do with it. Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Well, how do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There's a bloodstain at the scene, though, to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprints.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture? Yeah, aren't the handprints like backwards? Like wasn't one going one way and this one going the other?
The seal of blood in the desert's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this.
The security tape.
So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
I guess we wouldn't be able to see the handprints or whatever. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, partner. What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
But that video's next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. Oh, he crawled under it. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on the tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall is present, please do so now.
To show that he was present in the thing? It would be when he had his back turned, right? God, I wish I could fast forward. Screw it, I'm going in. Show the evidence. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating text that I can't read.
Wait, he's not wearing gloves.
Right? Are those gloves? I can't tell. No, those aren't gloves. Are they? I can't tell. Let it play. Let him cook, let him cook. They don't look like gloves. Oh, it's the knife. The knife is different. I didn't even notice. There. How's that for evidence?
Please, allow me to apologize for my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes.
Yes, well, this certainly isn't a first.
Will you forgive him too, Officer Marshall? He's not a bad man, just a bit delusioned. Of course, I'm not one to gun down unarmed boys.
Oh, great. How that wasn't it? It's literally the knife. Guess that means I missed the mark. So now the court finds the defendant guilty. Ding, 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 ding. I didn't save during any of that because I had one thing left. And because I know to just do that. Forward, forward, forward. Objection! Uh. Okay. And then this one, I just have to listen to all the dialogue. Or the last dialogue, I think. And we'll save, 'cause now I got all my attempts back. I'm guessing they didn't want me to call out the knife. Or am I crazy? Maybe I was crazy on the knife detail, you know? I guess the knife doesn't look as big in the portrait. Eh. I just gotta skim through all of this. So it's gotta be his hand, right? To prove that he's not wearing gloves. Okay, we're back where I was. Show us this incriminating evidence. So I'm gonna guess it's his hands. There. How's that for... Please let me apologize for my colleague gets carried away. Okay, I got it wrong again. Very well, let's get back to the cross-examination. It moves forward when I do this, so it means... So it means there's something here that I have to call out. Or it's not gonna let me do the video again? So am I supposed to point out that there's blind spots? That indicates Officer Marshall was present. Please show us. Okay, so I have to show that he was present. Eh. He was, in fact, this demon the whole time. How do I prove it? I don't know why it's so funny watching him walk in. How do I prove he was here? Unless he comes in towards the end. How do I prove he was here? Wait. Is it this handprint? But I guess we didn't scan that handprint, so we can't really say for certain. What am I missing? I mean, why would he have his back turned? I'm telling you, man, it has to be the knife. But I feel like I'm gonna look stupid if I call it out again. Screw it, I'm doing it again. Okay, never mind. It's not the knife. I thought maybe if I had a clear shot of the knife. I guess they don't look the same after all. How do I prove he was in that photo? Or the video? I don't understand. Is there anything on his person? I don't think there's anything like on his person that really like gives it away. Unless I'm just dumb. My brain's so, like, set on this knife. He cuts him. See, I feel like in an instant like this, like, he is above the guy. He should have seen him.
Like, even if he was like, or the guy was like, oh, I didn't see the guy's face because I didn't look at him in the eyes or whatever. I'm telling you, man, it has to be the knife. What here is weird? I can bring this up. I don't think any of this matters. I must assess everything. I've got my eagle eyes open. There's nothing weird with the lockers. There's nothing weird with our demon here. Nothing on that guy. Well, I'm looking at everything the best I can. He opens the thing falls out. The demon still moves. The badger, I keep forgetting he's a badger. Then Quagmire comes in. There's something wrong with the lockers. He gets stabbed, he gets choked, he gets slammed, he gets stabbed, nothing wrong. The lockers are still fine. God, I feel like I'm playing Five Nights at Freddy's and I hate this. Alright, and he's dead. Nothing with the lockers. Nothing with the demon. The walls seem fine. The tape looks fine on this forehead. I think I found our culprit. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
Well, days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say, 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with a white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Who would have guessed all I had to do was look beyond the knife? Can't you guys fast forward this? Like, come on. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order, order.
Hold your horses high, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why's everyone staring at me like that? I'm a wanted man.
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. Yeah, I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker, now prove it. Fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say? 8 words or less.
What was that, jerky? You didn't bring some for the class?
I only got one word for you, partner. No!
Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself.
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Ole, please answer the question.
What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it.
Where was Officer Marshall at the time? They don't even give me time to read. You'd have had to have been right here. Because the camera... No. The camera would have seen that. Because the camera's right here. Depends how far it turns. I guess he could have been behind the locker. I guess that'd be kind of a blind spot, but I think you'd see him. Unless he was in Gumshoe's trash. Which it did look sus. It looked like there was a guy there. He could be here. This is the biggest blind spot. And back here. I didn't read what it said, so I don't know what I'm looking for. The text went away. So I guess I'm just going to call out right here. I'm wrong. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory.
The chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. And now they're ganging up on me.
Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was.
Officer Meekins should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would be...
Well then, let's hear it.
Where was Officer Marshall at the time? So it had to be somewhere where Meekins wouldn't have seen him. So it would have to be in this corner. Or one of these corners. Not this one, probably this one. I'm gonna fail this so hard. Someplace Meekins wouldn't have seen him. Right here would also work. But I feel like if I was trying to sneak in or whatever, I would hide behind, I would be next to one of these lockers. Purely because the camera, you know, wouldn't. Ugh. What if I make it vague and I put it like right here? Maybe it'll just give it to me. Yeah, so it's like I would, if I were him, I would choose to. I don't know. I mean, where Marshall, where the officer wouldn't have seen him. I don't understand. I mean, I guess looking at this V and this K, I guess looks a little weird, because is Marshall the victim? Or is he the killer?
But why would that matter? Where would Marshall have been for him not to be seen? I don't know. I'm gonna call it out just because I got nothing. Officer Marshall was standing right here. Okay, I guess that was right. There, but that's... Oh. Yeah, I guess this picture would represent that. That's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
He didn't see his face. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his ID card. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't have shown it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he'd shown that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
I like this jerky. I tell you what. You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that you need to save the game? That Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see by the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious. He's the one. What can I do?
Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. And I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. Is it because he got blood on his coat? Because it was a white cloth that was sticking out, so maybe he crammed the disguise in there. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all the unanswered questions. Yeah. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. I think it's the blood. Very well, let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Because, you can't just walk, even if you're disguised, you can't just walk out with blood on your shoulder. Surprise!
My God.
For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to do with what end yet.
Yet?
However, something unexpected happened.
Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, you didn't expect him to fight back. Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat?
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner.
We got him. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're ready, or hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you were only half as persistent as you were today. We all wouldn't have to be here now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
All right. It seems the time has come. Talk about this hootenanny.
Oh God, we're still going? Marshall's confession.
I had to do it that day. Couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, and I knocked him out. Managed to escape. I knew which areas would be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you?
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? And Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand, and my guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Alright. Let's comb through everything. I had to do it. When you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
Yes, on 9 incident.
2 years ago have passed since the case was closed. It's going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to say or to do with it. That incident's not over.
What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. But I don't care what anyone says, partner, that case is mine.
Well, Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance, that's why I stole the detective's ID.
Why'd you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card.
I stole the morning of the detective of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report.
I returned his ID card, left it on the floor in the prosecutor's parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So he did all this, then showed up at the parking lot, which would insinuate that he was at the parking lot to kill Goodman.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Well, yeah, we already knew that. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off.
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a 1-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
Huh? So you knocked Officer Meekins out and...
I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand.
Those who go in the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If Someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But don't we have evidence that says there was? Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. No, I don't think we have any evidence that there was a murder there.
But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, blind? The victim shown on the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What?
Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. And just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
Moreover, and you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with just a simple cut salary.
Not all salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Why, Marshall?
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer. An answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
Can't just forget about the SL9 incident.
You know why?
No, I don't know why. That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved a sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murder, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down to that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Safety net? Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. The victim, Neil Marshall. Well, that makes me think his brother died, but wouldn't you want him, guilty if it was your brother? Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witness, Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Maybe if I present this. Yeah. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall? Yeah, and I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh! He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award.
No, I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
What's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the deputy chief police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer.
Who the heck is that Larson-looking man? Oh, it's Joe Dark.
Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. And that was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated, and the case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. Not someone so scrawny. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than that, than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as a Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the day of the department. That day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecution's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? It's gotta be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But
there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There's yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. It's gonna be objection. I rest my case.
Seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Edgeworth. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Emma's gonna show up, disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
there's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. I didn't realize. That would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection! Hold it. Yep, there she is. Your Honor, wait! Emma, the fence has an objection. Scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? No, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
Oh, what a guy.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to Joe Dark's killings? She mentions it. The names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clues we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regards to the incident at the police department, Does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more of use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now.
I feel like mistakes will be made here.
What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing?
Well, isn't it facing the other way?
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
Is it the little demon? What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardians of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans at the scene of the crime. At the crime scene, the Blue Badger is not here.
So?
That means somebody took it out. Like it was evidence. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime.
Well, so then there wouldn't be a blood mark there.
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot of the locker.
What? The little demon came in clutch.
So that means, just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me, I didn't put it there.
What are you doing over here?
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? If they put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. That must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. Save the game. Detective Goodman! He was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claims.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, it does not explain the blood mark found in the locker.
So then, assuming this murder, you
Why are they using fancy words now?
You purport really happened. When did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this.
Very well then, tell us. When did the first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof? That shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
Dun 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 dun.
The first crime took place.
You don't have times. What proves it? What proves it?
What's his name? What's his name? What's his name?
Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. An hour and a half. This is the proof. It's quite simple, you see.
If it's so simple, then don't get it wrong.
If harm was an acceptable excuse, we wouldn't need police.
The first crime took place before the Blue Badger was brought to the police room. Say, when was the Blue Badger brought there anyway?
Don't we have a chart listing a bunch of times for something? Oh, wait. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
When the Blue Badger was brought there.
It'd be this. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminal test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away. By the real murderer.
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. It's gonna be the chief of police or whatever. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777777.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer.
That's the only plausible explanation.
He went in with 777777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is the so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Well, that's ridiculous. Just how?
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander? Is that it? Let me ask you a question.
Yes?
No, not you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana?
Don't be stupid, she's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number and it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner, that's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident.
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Now she's here.
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for this trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence.
Dun, 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 dun.
Ah!
See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No!
Rebel. Order! Lana's remarks caused such a stir. Let me read game. To be continued.
Day 3 investigation. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. law offices.
I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're here. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just what it... Oh, yeah, that's right. She forged evidence. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get him the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. Never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dart killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings, but me. I don't want a Dart convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
I did it. On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
Oh. So that means you.
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I hadn't seen that one coming. Interesting.
Hey, so could you, what do you think of these, what do you think of this, what do you think of this, SL9 knife? Bring back any memories? You like the look of it?
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this Larson-looking man showed up. This terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
He seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me.
He said, "Put your hands in the air, like you just don't care, and let me escape."
I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it.
A permanent picture? Well, how permanent is this picture, and how clear is this picture, this permanent picture?
You don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall?
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes. But I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So you call yourself Edgeworth's #1 fan, but you're the reason he got all these rumors. Sounds kind of weird to me, if you ask. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dude, he's got a pinhead. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Did you say this was 2 years ago? Aren't you like 12? When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Oh, Emma, you've been through so much. And then she stood alone in the courtroom, talking to no one. It's like the case never happened. Couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Hey, I was close. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow up, I'd be a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about the crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken into questioning that day. Taken into questioning, you mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning rooms are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you 2 years ago? Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Interesting. The plot thickens. I must have another talk with her. Right now. February 24th. So-and-so detention room.
Lana? Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, and innocent people might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks.
Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
Yes, tell me. Tell me it all.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. At trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? No. I believed in you, Lana.
I believed in the matter what happened. You'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Satan knocked on my door. He said,
"What's up? How's it going? Can I have that?" And I was like, "Sure." You know, how most Satan transactions go. I don't think that makes any sense. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said? Yeah! About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. I feel like my voice hasn't woken up yet. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked at the crime scenes. Damon Grant. He was everything I aspired to be.
A villain.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the report could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Don's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Oh yeah, it was all lies. We didn't do any investigating. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detective investigating Dark. Second in command. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Damon. Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. Oh. I think I see now. Mr. Dark, or whatever his name was gonna kill the dude. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Oh, I didn't even see the other cowboy at the bottom left. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. But you gotta put an E in it. You see, the first person happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was on its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Look! How? How did this happen? When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Oh. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. To be honest, I panicked. Picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have been through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes.
actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. He went down to Texas, and well, he learned the ways of the Texans. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with the memories. And that case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gaunt and I shared. The office that Mr. Gaunt now occupies by himself, the Chief's one. Maybe we should have a look at Chief's office. The site of the final Delta 9 murder. Tell me, what do you think about, Did this jar never mean anything? Maybe it'll come up later. I know we didn't use it in the thing. Let's get out of here.
February 24th, police station, criminal affairs.
I don't see Detective Gumshoes anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Alright, we can come back here later.
But I don't want to come back here later.
February 24th, police department entrance. It's high noon, partner. Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
Never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. You never know where life will lead you. Hey, Bambina. I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy? Must be his pet cactus.
This is my cactus. This one's named Ted. This one's Led. This one's also Earl. But then this one's Billy.
Say, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why'd the prosecutors head west? If there's ever a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
No, man, I already gave you one. You don't get another one. It's not how it works.
Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon.
However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the fact have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around.
Yeah, he definitely did, because he probably would have figured out that locks have fingerprint scanners.
I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the
King of the Prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close to his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years ago have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
Hey, who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gaunt and Lana Sky.
Never gonna get this guy's name right.
Investigation lead Damon Gaunt and the second in command Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office.
Damon Gaunt, the new chief of police, arranged that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Well, they hit her with the brainwash doohickey, and I was like, well. Suck. Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. Never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
Look. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gaunt. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
Wait. What? Have you not been drinking that this whole time?
Too bad I won't be around to work with you.
When you become a real
Scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Goodbye.
What are you two up to? Look, that patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be a detective.
So I cuffed the lout, right? Then you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent.
Oh man, I hate it when that happens.
I guess he wasn't saluting, he was just listening to how his friend messed up.
They make a good pair. Can I get this handprint? No. Just had to check.
Oh god, don't be hurt.
No one's here today, not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that no one on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway into the case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I'm sure there's nothing here. Nothing new that's worth looking at. Moving on up to the High Prosecutor's office.
February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later. Well, everything here looks good to me. Looks back and forth. Yeah, checks out. So I need to go to the police. No, not you. Back.
Send the bake.
I just want to get to this. Thank you. I just wanted to get to criminal affairs. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Okay, it says chief.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Huh? Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do, about Mr. Edgeworth not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right, you can't go in there, it's off limits.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoes gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
Wait, hold on a second. You can't do that.
That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself.
That's it. The villain used a time machine. Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi. The future might not be so far away after all.
He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. What the heck? Man's got a whole, what is that, an organ? February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office. Oh, well now I see where his theme comes from. Oh, where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door. I think we ended up in a church.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
I doubt that.
I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes.
No!
Never could remember where C was.
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Righto, have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years ago have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Those were the good old times. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Dude, he looks like Nishiki from Yakuza. Just take off the hat.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though.
Photo at the awards ceremony. Is the shield? Oh, yeah. The shield's weird.
Anyways, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there's matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's get out. Let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case was long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. Oh, I wanted to read that. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend to.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over yet. After all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
Yeah, I wanted to look at the picture. So, the trophy in... Yeah, the trophy in... in Edgeworth's room doesn't have the sword. But the trophy in this picture has a sword.
So something's up.
That's probably the murder weapon. Alright, we gotta find a way to get in there.
Let me in. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs. Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoes! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting too long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. Gumshoes, buddy, pal. You want to go up to the chief's office? You know, we could talk there. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Donna Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this...
Aren't there really so many people who hate them?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth's not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey, Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint someday, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack, you mean?
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall. He was trying to protect some girl.
What?
Me?
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
No, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's written here. It's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Well, hold on, let's finish talking first.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman.
Businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car, so it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
Every time I see him, all I see is Larson.
Oh, he's talking without me skipping. A kid walked by just then. He killed him too. A jogger came up to the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course. This is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of the questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that the last witness wasn't killed.
And last witness, aka Emma.
I hate when the text skips without me pushing anything.
What do you think of
This!
about this?
Hey, is that...
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day that Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Well, hell on, I'm not that dense. I don't forget stuff. What were we talking about?
This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at this knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice it.
Yeah, well, anyways, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
Do knives have fiber?
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Switchblade blade knife updated. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark.
Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask the chief.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Ah.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day that he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. What would Gumshoes want? A steak. What if we get him one of those? Do I have anything? Don't we have a visitor's card? Can we use that? What about this?
Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut.
I'll keep that in mind.
Sheesh.
Okay, I'm gonna take a gamble on a steak. I was wrong.
Oh! February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. Looks like he's writing something.
What? What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor.
Oh, I see it.
Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
I'd like to look at that paper you threw on the floor. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. How's the weather up here? Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
Hold on. First, let me see what that girl's doing crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look. What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
What? I wonder if I could use it. What am I going to use this for?
Oh, gumshoes.
I'm like, how do I use this in court? There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains that the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out of the trial.
Well, I'm gonna be leaving the Hidden Leaf Village and I'm gonna go work under Orochimaru. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
How do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists. It is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at that time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Perhaps that shield that's right next to us. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this.
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony.
I did.
I finished up the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
AI-16. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
And that's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to.
That's right.
Wasn't that sus? Don't you think, buddy? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He just started making the name for himself. Looks like this was when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
The game? Right? That's a game? I could be wrong. Well, I know it's a thing, but like, I think there's also a game.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Shu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredited them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if the results is in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant. King of Prosecutors Trophy updated. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. I feel like a shield for a prosecutor doesn't make sense. Just to throw that one out there. I should go to, like, me, you know, because I'm a defendant, you know, the shield defends. Examine. I think I've done all of it. Thank you, Edgeworth. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go bully Gumshoe. Oh, somebody's here. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Excuse me? Question mark, question mark. Oh, God, it's you again.
Can you leave me alone?
Would either you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Miss Starr. I guess she's out of lunches.
Certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk.
What?
Still never thought you'd go digging up the case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transfer. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness.
The instant Alana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw.
Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Duck, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all more desperate.
Her? Lana Skye.
My sister? The best of the best were put on SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo,
Scarfs McGee and Jojo Man. He looks like an old Joseph almost.
Lana and Chief Khan.
Nope, that's not what I wanted. I hit the wrong one. Send me back, send me back, send me back, send me back, send me back.
After case closed.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Doc got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough
of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation.
Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn.
That's my take on the matter.
She was being used. Why does this lady always get so much dialogue? Get out of here.
Domingant and Lana Skye. God led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Domingant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
Yes, he used to chug magnets, and well, now he has an electronic pulse. You could put up a piece of metal up to him and it'd just stick to him. By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence.
That's close enough.
He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he was handed.
Incredible evidence? You mean...
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated everything crooked and always watched out for the others, detectives. That's why she was concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn cold after that?
When you're the puppet to to a man from JoJo. It's just what happens, I guess. But Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief God's powerful influence. Chief... That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position was chief secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way.
The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know. One thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn to be a better chef than I've been.
Okay, so yeah, this is all leading to Mr. Gaunt. Well, I'm gonna assume I don't have to present her nothing, so I'm out of here. To Gumshoes. Away. See, now here's a guy I can voice. Oh, you're back. Yeah, you're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a something.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look at it in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
What about this piece of incriminating evidence?
What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they've pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that if someone found out.
They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least do me this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. Now let me just examine this real quick. Are you 777? No. He wouldn't be.
Detective Gumshoes isn't very photogenic, is he?
That's the second time I've heard that word. Whatever you did, just don't say that to his face.
Look, his eyes are half shut.
Yeah, and his mouth is half open. No, it's not.
Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch.
And he's got a narrow end on his tie in the front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. You're photogenic.
Thank you, Gumshoes. You will be missed.
I already forgot about the organ. February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office.
Here it goes, Mr. Wright.
Beep. Beep. Beep.
Bing. We're in. If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoes is a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah!
He followed us.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah, Detective Gumshoes. What are you doing in sneaking up into the snow?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card. hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, we'll talk to him first. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. The day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gaunt's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at the New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gaunt and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
This man has a whole clean. Well, I guess you gotta keep these floors shiny somehow.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be, no. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now then. Let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go like that.
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gaunt might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
He's a little bit of a sussy man. I tell you what. Chief Gaunt, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings.
There you go, ignoring me again.
We're not ignoring you. We're just withholding information.
This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. The word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay. If you say so.
Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
Oh my god, we're gonna break in.
7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Input numbers.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try his birthday, right? Or try my birthday?
What?
Why would it be your birthday?
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
I feel like I can guess what it is. You've got to be kidding me. That's actually what it is.
Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was it, that pal?
777777, the final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777, that ID number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing, that Chief Gaunt's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's
It's the broken piece. A shard from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here too.
What?
What the heck is that? What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth.
With a handprint on it.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
No. Well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Well, I can prove the cup. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
Are we just carrying this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in that safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Assemble the fragments. Yeah, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what the rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gaunt was unknowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
Dun dun.
That's not blood, that's just paint.
There. It fit like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gaunt willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in a safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But,
Hey guys, get a load of this.
what is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
Ow.
It fit. There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gaunt hide this in a safe?
Unstable jar updated in the court records. Hey, look here, it's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
Looks like blood.
This piece the chief has is different though. The bloodstains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line.
Is that the piece we just put in? That's odd.
The heck is this thing even supposed to be?
There's a hole at the bottom? What the heck?
Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom?
That's weird.
I wonder which side is up.
Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar?
At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right?
Wasn't dust hanging to the walls?
Ding, ding, ding.
So do I not get the handprint? This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe, that's the word, right? Blah, 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 blah.
Got to get investigating. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
It's a weird thing, but I would love to own a suit of armor. I think it'd be fun.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
I hope he comes into court in the suit of armor.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. He's like a cat. He's like liquid. He can just meld into anything if he so desires.
Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gaunt's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier,
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gaunt, he put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this was doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about evidence list. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-sized list of evidence.
List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about the case.
It would appear so.
Evidence list added.
Let's take a peek. Show me the list. There's so much evidence.
No? Nothing of interest?
Something on the back. There's a picture. What do we got? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What? What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? That was her. I'd better not forget about this picture. He's talking. Now I'm talking to myself in the third person. What says you, Mr. Wright? Oh, I think that's swell, Mr. Wright. What about you? Oh, nothing. The weather up here is great. Let me examine this thing. Oh, I can't. Leather. He's wearing leather. What if I present this?
If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. That's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Mr. Detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
You're... got to stay positive.
Okay, he's too dense. The organ.
The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office. It makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
Whoa, he actually sucks. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally.
Aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyways.
That's besides the point.
The window.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here,
You'd kill somebody. At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh,
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window.
stained glass is cool. This was taken on the day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Doc ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gontest to question Dart. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Hey, thanks. This is what's Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. It looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gon must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made from.
Does he keep it in his memory of her, or in the memory of the crime? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park.
Is that what this is? That looks like a flower.
The window. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying.
Saying what? You've been playing too much Resident Evil 4?
Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window. When he gets fired.
Don't say that.
Bro, that's dark. Okay, so I have to... I can spray. We'll see if there's any blood. I hate that you have to hit examine and then go to the thing.
Spraying and spraying and spraying. I'm spraying some more. Spraying the spray.
I don't think there's gonna be any blood on his side.
Oh! Blood.
Oh god. I forgot about the flashbang.
So, like,
Because this case was 2 years ago. Just, like...
This is my baby brain. Is this real? Can they just use this chemical on just like anywhere and it'll like stir up old blood? Well, this area must have been covered in blood.
Is this from that incident?
It must be when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull.
So a murder really did take place here.
Okay, well, we know a murder took place here. Good job, team, we did it. I can't dust anything for fingerprints. Because I need to... I gotta show him something, I think. So he'll hand me the thing. How do I prove, or how do I get the handprint from him? I guess I'll just start slinging stuff at him.
I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation to keep things, or to think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, serial killer was on the loose.
Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty.
She's being told to say these things. What do I present the handprint?
I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like something to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Ding, ding. What do you think of this?
If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information.
How do I get the leather hand? I want the leather hand. Give me the hand.
Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoes?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Ah, congratulations.
Hey, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right?
Yeah. Everyone knows that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it. A dragon. He had a thing for shields and...
That's not exactly the version we heard.
No, but this one sounds more exciting.
Anyways, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details.
Jeez. Ding, ding. What do you think about your friend, the Badger?
Guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 1515, or 515.
We still have Lana's phone.
This knife belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark, right?
You bet. If it wasn't for that piece of evidence, he wouldn't have been found guilty. He broke the tip off and was found inside the victim's body.
Ever since that case was solved, this knife's been in the Detective Goodman's locker. How could it have possibly gotten to Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Not only that, but it was wrapped in Lana's scarf.
What's even more mysterious is whether that's a scarf, or if that's called a scarf or a muffler. Answer me that, pal.
Shut up. It's a scarf. Wait, yeah, so why do they have these fancy lockers that do fingerprints, but the chief doesn't have one? He just has, like, a normal safe. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here?
Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off.
So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing.
Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal.
The back? I already looked at the back. Okay, maybe we leave? Let's go to Edgeworth. Shut up, lady. Edgeworth, my friend, I brought you that other half of evidence.
Right, please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of...
Well, you have the other list, man. Alright, never mind. He doesn't care. Okay, so clearly I have something I can show Gumshoe to make him tick. So at least look at the man when we're acknowledging him. So, what do you expect, Gumshoe? I present this.
I feel a lot better now that this jar's complete.
But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyways?
I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. Gumshoe's, he just wants money, man. He's broke. Someone get this man a raise. Meaning, how do I get the leather bit? Alright, we're just gonna work our way down. Goodman's ID.
This ID belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a security number. Scary.
It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe.
I forgot my secret number a lot too. I'm scared myself. But I'm fine. After all, what could be wrong with that?
I think I'll stay out of this conversation. I showed him the shield. What do you think of this?
Found Mr. Edgeworth's car stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Oh wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Found Mr. Edgeworth's car stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What could drive to...
What does that have to do with that? He almost made us lose the kid. Okay, so I did propose the Blue Badger.
If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information.
What about this?
If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information.
Process of elimination.
Alright, Gumshoes, we get it.
Oh, wait. That's the photo of something.
Anything you can tell us about it?
That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was the winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened.
16? That's how old I am now. Wonder what happened.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. I knew some people who wore trench coats in school. If, whatever his name is. I keep forgetting his name. So I belong to Joe Darkman, the murder. Gumshoe. I keep forgetting. I don't know how I keep forgetting that. If he wore a trench coat in school, he probably got made fun of. What do you think of this luminal testing fluid?
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height.
Base height? Hey, let me see that. Blooming tall. New and improved growth formula.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminal.
So that's why the lady at the counter had the smirk on her face. That's the ID card record, isn't it?
Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone under an executive officer number. Well, we know who's 7777777. That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer, I just might have a hunch. Well, we know who it is. We don't have a hunch. What about this? What do you think about this, Gumshoes? Detective Gumshoes, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want me to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective. Okay, I should have done this at the start.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead. Take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. I should have figured this.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints below, or blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. This one up here looks pretty good.
Sprinkle on the sugar. Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Including Gumshoe. It created the ultimate Powerpuff Girl.
Okay, let's move on to the different thing. Wait, I hit the wrong button. I bet Gumshoes watched the Powerpuff Girls.
He's like, I love this stuff.
Bing! It doesn't match you, doesn't match you, doesn't match you, doesn't match you, definitely doesn't match you, doesn't match you, it matches you. Comparing, comparison complete. Match found. Ah, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be dark prints.
Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record bears Emma Sky's print.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
No, that's not very kind of, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eep! Chief Grant. Gaunt.
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Sir. I said leave. Now get out. Yes, sir.
Oh, well, we lost Gumshoe's job. We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait, you're the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Oh, wait, you next to the spiky hair. Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not licensed.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright? Wait, we can't just leave her with him.
Look, pal, if I've been told once, I've been told 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gaunt was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with Chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Attention Center, Visitors Room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. I think I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. You did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? If you're convinced, you know something. No one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Tell me. Who did it? I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think you're afraid of is more like. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
It's clearly Mr. Meeseeks. No, it's Gumshoes.
Well, hey, pal, I told her to keep quiet.
No, it's this guy.
Take that. Well, Miss Sky.
I cannot look you in the eyes. Miss Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies.
Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know?
Damangant.
We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide this crime?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gaunt's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gaunt?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, and also one other, Damangant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gaunt, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gaunt falsified evidence in this case.
Nope, that's not what I wanted. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office.
Wait, neither of these are what I just proposed.
This jaw piece and this piece of cloth. You know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gaunt himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. Touché indeed. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes. You are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
A knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
Brother, this guy stinks.
What kind of, like, process is that? Oh, there was a knife in him. Well, I'm gonna take that one out and stab him with another one.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about it.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gaunt, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
The Marshal? Why on earth would you call him?
Well, they said they'd shoot me for that in Texas. The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted the fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at that time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
My God.
Look at me when you're talking to me.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything.
Brother.
Detective Goodman's real murderer. What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago?
To be continued.
So I'm gonna guess this is the final court session?
Dun 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 dun.
February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if
something's been happening behind the scenes.
Oh, it's Edgeworth. Edgeworth?
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there is still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True, not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much, that's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth.
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright.
This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gaunt has on her, it's now.
February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9.
And we keep ending up with the same guy. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gaunt.
Hello, I've just appeared into existence. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is it your proposal is? Lana, that is to say that the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to this court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
You rat.
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
Now, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana.
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would not like to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gaunt. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gaunt?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave up fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Is this going to be me and Edgeworth passing the baton back and forth? Because that'd be really cool. 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. A man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Well, that's wrong. He was stabbed in the back.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That'll soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Alright, well, I've already got the contradiction. Man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. But he was stabbed in the back. Right? Stabbed in the back.
The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean that's not it? It was stabbed Marshall in the chest. He was stabbed in the back. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart. Maybe I gotta call her out of it.
That must have been the real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. And then they started making out and taking off their clothes. I don't know what happened. Someone died.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
That doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as you can.
Okay, so I probably just have to question everything.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gaunt. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gaunt and Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they share the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
The man came running in and took me hostage.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
He was also a larson man.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Neil Marshall. Wait, if he took an elevator, how did Marshall get up there so quick?
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning.
I keep wanting to call him Drake.
Deputy Chief Damon Gaunt and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
I almost forgot about Gaunt.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but...
Oh. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about the time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
The electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
told the detective about what I saw.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke to Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
Why'd you object? But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Drew a picture of that scene once but it seems to have been lost. But I have the picture.
You drew a picture on the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it. I swear, I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that printed an important image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man raised his knife and... Okay, so we have the picture. So I guess we present that.
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence.
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for the case I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may be well, that may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Oh! What's this?
Dun-dun. Yes, what is that?
I think that's it. That's the picture I drew. Wouldn't you have called that out when you first saw it?
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Well, the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. But you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What?
Order, but Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor? Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
How does he... You've had this list for 2 years, man. How did you never think to look at the back?
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
Something wrong?
You even have to ask.
Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
Oh my god. That thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room?
Clearly, this is an act of vandalism in the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. List of evidence at SL9 is the evidence list was found in Gaunt's desk.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Let me look at the picture. Oh. That's it?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture.
Emma's picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
It's a good drawing. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder. Or shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Emma's picture.
Now, let's listen to what she's got. Because if I jump the gun, I could be wrong. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gaunt and Lana Sky.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows.
At the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor.
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Oh, Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second, not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
I wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I had better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
So there's a contradiction with the picture. This is the picture I drew. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw at that instant. How do I prove this picture is false? The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I fainted. He claims there's a contradiction in this picture. Okay, now this goes back to the Gourd Lake incident with Edgeworth being accused. Even though you only see shadows, I feel like you would still see the shape of, like, clothing. And, well, I would assume the cowboy guy had his cowboy hat on. So you would be able to know whether or not one's a cowboy and one's not. Strange, she claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. There's clearly a contradiction. Is it that his back is turned? Because that was something I called out earlier. Okay, I was right. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy?
I think it's this part here.
I don't see what's so strange about it.
That's because the drawing stinks. Mr. Wright, how could you?
The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty.
Yes, he means it should shift the blame onto others.
Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned its lesson.
I'd like to take another look at the autopsy. He was stabbed in the back. Cause of death, single stab wound, piercing heart, lung. Stabbed in the back.
Perhaps it'd be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction.
I don't know what to select here.
I got it wrong again.
We're in danger territory of dialogue again, so I'm saving. As long as the defense has learned this, but take a look at the autopsy report and this picture. Well, I didn't get to look at the autopsy report in the picture. Would it be that his back? Because if this is the image she saw. If she was being held by Larson, aka Mr. Dark, why would she be all the way over there? Something tells me it's gonna be this. It's not that. Oh, it is there. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon, its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah, what's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. What does that mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times. If she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, Wright.
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No.
Order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day.
After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Dom and Gaunt.
The murder weapon's gonna be that sword and on the shield.
During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Whoa. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark.
God dang it. I keep seeing the R.
It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
There is another one.
If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, I will save the game, so I don't have to sit through this dialogue again. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright?
In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
No shot at this. It would have to be the... Yeah, 'cause she saw a knife. Something tells me that's wrong.
The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past.
Oh, never mind, I got it.
Right here inside this picture.
This is a picture of the awards ceremony.
What is this, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding?
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Well, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh.
Well, the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back.
I knew it! This picture, I'm the one who drew it!
What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at all, or at the time I drew this picture.
God. The badger comes back.
All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it'd be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger.
This should be interesting.
Emma's recollection.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
The blue badger was the murderer.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. Sit down. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. I'm too invested in this plotline. I wish to hear it to the end.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Emma's recollection.
Alright, we'll go one by one.
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office report.
So then you...
I panicked and rushed toward both of them.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
He seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall is the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've got to help that other person.
I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
What do you mean you think you knocked away the knife, man?
What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
This guy was almost killed before she was witness to the murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the
Blue Badger.
How are you sure about this?
Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother, just when you thought that things had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow.
He was peeking through the door.
A shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile at all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be... I skipped too fast.
That's maybe... Well, that's what's important is what caused her to think she was what she saw. I'm disoriented.
No, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was.
Deet, deet. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger, really? I just might know. Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on this fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright?
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instance? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
Something with 3 horns. Certainly it's not this. Well, clearly it was the Blue Badger. Who else would be the Blue Badger but the Blue Badger? Well, I was thinking it was Dom and Gon. I was like, maybe his hair looked like 3 horns. Chief Marshall looks like he has 3 horns. Knowing my luck, it's gonna be this pod. I think it's the vase. Yeah, it's the vase. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this.
Well, that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I gotta show them. The correct angle to look like...
Well, if we just... I gotta...
There he is, the demon. In his original form. This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger. Allow me to remind the defense in this case hinges on its witness drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept this claim. Did I not do it? I've got to find the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more. Or horizontally. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it.
Oh, I guess I gotta... do this. I mean, that looks just like him. Like I don't know. They want me to be so specific with this. Unless they just want me to do this. Unless they literally just want it like this.
They want me to be so precise. This is literally it. Like, this just looks like the psychopath. The deranged murderer.
Make it look more like the badger.
Ow!
Maybe horizontally?
Well, this doesn't look anything like it from this angle. I guess you could argue this. No. Brother, this guy stinks. What am I doing wrong? It looks just like him. I don't want to hear this demon's theme. I don't know, man. It literally looks just like it. What? Like, what am I? What am I supposed to do? It doesn't make sense. Like, this is the only angle that makes sense to me. So what about this angle is wrong? I just tried this one and it didn't work either. I don't want to hear this demon's theme. This is the one that makes the most sense to me. It's right here, but they keep telling me it's wrong. Plus, I gotta make it more vertical. Nope. Objection! Yeah, this right here to me, it makes the most sense. No other angle has this, like, same, like, look. It looks just like him. They want this to be so precise. I don't know. I said I don't know. It has to be either this angle or the reversed. It's one or the other. Because I assume they want me to try and replicate the little droopy bits on the side. It's like this. If you presented this to me, I'd say they're the same thing. I don't know, but this is clearly wrong. They're just like, nah. What? Now, I'd like to point out that I did that like 10 times. What made that one different? Well, this is a miracle or what? Is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this. The jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Dude, I literally did it like 10 times. No, it can't be. Order! The defense has proven its claim. It took him only 10 tries, apparently. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they just wanted it to be mega precise. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murder weapon. Allow me to take these into turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could have you seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office on Dom and Gaunt. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witnesses testifies so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between between Doc and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gaunt's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Dom and Gaunt's office to Lana Sky's office?
Alright, let's not call them offices. They're in one room. Yes?
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what this reason is, Mr. Wright?
Hold on, I'm gonna save so I never have to do that again. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. And then he knocked Marshall into the thing. Oh, did I read that?
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. At that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh, she killed him. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No.
Thud. Beep. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances. Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it is Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted the forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in this incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify.
Yes, we can.
This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one matter or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind.
Is it in the evidence?
Perpetrator Joe Dark, crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims Edward, Jason, Rachel, Edith, Jeb, Neil. Trial data, head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witness Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Investigative task force. It's got nothing to do there. Oh, it's the piece of cloth. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left. Oh, wait, we have to find who the name left behind. This is evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth, no matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
I mean, my only guess is this. It's the cloth. He might have ripped off a piece of his outfit, because why is there just a perfect square of his outfit where his handprint is, or the handprint is? But yeah, no, it has to be that. This is the message from the deceased.
Right. Now then, this is the message from...
Oh, I guess that wasn't right. If a dead person left behind a message, it would have to be written in some form. It's the only logical conclusion.
You better be careful or you might wind up deceased yourself.
Let's try this again.
Like, but why was the handprint so cut off? Like, if you didn't die immediately, you know, you'd just be like, okay, well, I'm ripping this off. That conveys a message from the deceased. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Well, this is a message, but this isn't Marshall's message. This is Goodman's message. The Blue Badger. We're gonna be playing some evidence hot potato here. Scene of the stabbing. Extremely thin rubber glove. Message from dead people. Could it be the writing on this? Blood traces. Could he have, like, tried to write her name or something? Record stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining. Oh no, let's try it. It was not it. Oh wait, no it is. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that Blue Badger from before, right?
Was he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like
someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragment was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line there, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once connected? Or once lines?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. We've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances.
Yeah, whoever wiped it away did pretty poorly.
Well, that's an M. That's an E. I was sitting here thinking Maya. I'm just like, wait, Maya's not here. Emma. Let me just make sure I can't connect this. Okay.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Dun, 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 dun.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye.
Well, she said she was 14, so you know. See, whether you can't say I didn't warn you. Ding. Chief Gunn, you understand the implications of what you've done. What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dock was sentenced to death. He was convinced he was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you've used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Joe Dock really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable.
Well, you know, you only get killed once you reach 5. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evident forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Rabble.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
They might have left. How could they just stand there? Order! Hit him with the gavel.
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
To be continued.
No!
Time to continue the trial.
February 25th, 12:06, District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Alright, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, or you call me here, I've seen happier people at funerals. Haven't we been here?
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you. If there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Evidence law. From Miss Skye explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Doesn't look good, or doesn't look like that book will do any good for you now, though. Let's take a look. Rules of submitting evidence. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case trial. Okay. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm sitting in that prosecutor seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been ruined. Or it's been all but ruined with the forged evidence you were unaware of. Now this guy found out that unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective.
Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a blade into his dead body. That means the real killer's still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Oh, please let me baton pass with Edgeworth back and forth. Let's get this man. February 25th, 1252, District Court, Court number 2, number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have
struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? Well, there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Very well, Mr. Wright. What do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, I'm saving the game. The wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls. The time's finally come for us to bring the real murder. Well, we call out Dom and Gon. Dom and Gon. Dom and Gon. The defense calls Dom and Gon to the stand. Dom and Gon? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gaunt has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right, bailiff. Please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand.
Oh, look at me, twiddling my hair. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? I'm not opposed to throwing hands. Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
No, please, Mr. Gaunt.
Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt. I am the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gaunt, the court requests to hear your testimony.
All righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or you're very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. The SL9 incident. Alright. Let me save so I don't have to sit through all that crap again.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up that power outage. It didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Doc was arrested?
He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse testify, I'd better hit him hard and fast.
The SL9 incident.
I recall Neil and I were questioning him that day. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I had to split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. What? I guess you could say he got lucky.
Oh, you had to make a gamble on which way he went.
Was this about a power outage?
Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when the knife went into his chest, though.
That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Alana there. Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in the heap on the floor, all tangled together.
Doc was also lying, collapsed on the floor.
Wait, so if all this happened on... He switched the side of the room. Wait, no, they said they moved it. I was gonna say, if the bloodstain... Because we found the bloodstain on, Lana's side of the room. But not on Dom and Gaunt's side. But they died but all this happened on Gaunt's side.
Doc was also lying collapsed on the floor.
Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Alana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes?
Anyway,
As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
that's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record.
Worthy, always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gaunt to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole story. Somehow I've got to link Gaunt to the incident.
You telling me we didn't document the bloodstain? Because, like, you could make that argument that she couldn't have already, tampered with the evidence. They just later switched the room around. Gaunt was on one side, Lana was on the other. They just swapped. So the bloodstain would be on her side. He did say court records. Jeb Bates. So we have to prove that he was there, or something. I've already forgot what we were looking for. Wait, we have to tie him to the forgery.
Well, this right here would be his little mishap. Is the evidence list. Okay, I was right. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid this is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on.
This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gaunt, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gaunt, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, he's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So, you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can also do so. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy, not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
I wonder how much Gumshoes makes.
Let's see, what was it now? A jaw fragment and a list. For all I know, those could have implanted them in my office. Anyways, you can't prove when those pictures were evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Judgy. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
Ah, are these two guys telepathic? Alright. For all I know, you could have planted them. Why would I plant them? I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You don't have the guts to do something like that. But I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped.
Mr. Wright, what are you...
Anyways, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, did you? If you have the proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe. They would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
Wait, but we never touched inside his safe. It was Gumshoe. Because he was like, hey, you can't have those. Anyways, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered.
What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at the scene of crime isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
well, we had to use a thingy to get in, so wouldn't there be like timestamps of who's gone in there and when? If they're found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jaw fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not.
After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced.
Now, wouldn't that be convenient?
Right? Chief is talking about a possibility so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Wright-o. Think about it.
There's no reason I participated in a forgery. How can you look me in the eyes and say that?
Because I'm innocent.
Well, he's got a point. Alright, case closed.
Remember, who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see?
Arranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself sufficient motive.
No, that's a good one.
Huh?
You really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edward?
Yes. He's going to be made chief anyways.
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Not to be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's on the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do. There wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care for is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
There have been something in it for him. Given his selflessness, would he have helped out somebody? Point out an accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you are positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gaunt may have helped, you believe Chief Gaunt may have helped forge evidence? Well, it'd be Lana.
To clear her sister's name and then put Lana in the chief prosecutor. Or whatever.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gaunt, he would also have a reason to help Lana if he asked him to, or if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gaunt.
What? How would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait, you must... Oh, that was gone in a second.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her to the chief prosecutor so you can control her.
Right-ho, my boy. You have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana Skye? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana?
She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gaunt.
Well, Emma's crime's already out, so why wouldn't Lana testify now? I'm afraid without any proof this all amounts to nothing. More than mere conjecture.
Unless there's also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gaunt is involved in the murder of the Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover for his involvement.
What? What? Preposterous. I hit the golf with this guy. He would never do such a thing. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Eh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency to accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating. Professor Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his high rank or title, Chief Gaunt is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gaunt to the murder of Detective Goodman. Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Oh wait, no, we have it. It's the IDs.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gaunt's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gaunt, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Chief Gaunt, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gaunt, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do in the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gaunt. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. It's the baton pass. If Chief Gaunt met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing: what transpired during that meeting.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to the Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime.
Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime. They went to meet. Would it be this? The lost item report?
the Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime. The victim went to meet Chief Gaunt, so Goodman went to go meet Chief Gaunt how? I don't think you hand a missing items report to the big man. You would hand it to somebody else. Well, the murder happened on the day of this, so Goodman would have had to show up for the ceremony. No, there's got to be something more solid than this. On that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gaunt. Sorry to interrupt your mumbling, but the court is waiting. Okay, so maybe it's the missing item report. Why don't you come meet me tomorrow? Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination. Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. I'm gonna try the missing item report. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to Chief of Police.
Yes, you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filled it.
He filled it. Wait. Oh, he filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gaunt. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way to the murder, and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID.
Yes? Now that you mention it, I believe I might have. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yeah, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you hadn't really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No! Jesus. Chief Gaunt, you didn't. The matter was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one other than the right hand, or the right mind. Would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the Chief of Police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gaunt, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the Chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gaunt used this.
What did he use? What do I have?
What do I have that shows he moved the body? Is it the blue badger? Was it the demon? Did he do it? The evidence transfer, maybe? Oh god, I've run into a wall. How did he move it? What here shows? Would it be Goodman's ID? But that wouldn't make sense. What proves he moved the body? Edgeworth? It could be Edgeworth's car. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
Parking stub? Miles Edgeworth.
You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. He planted the body beforehand. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by the car.
I mean, I carried the victim's body?
Precisely so.
Wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day.
But you did return. Tell me why.
I was asked to go, by Chief Gaunt no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk.
Detective Goodman's body was carried into the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order, order, order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph of Miss Starr took at the Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It was a photo of the body being taken out of the trunk.
Chief Gaunt, please say something.
I believe. Your time's up.
My time's up.
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're making it time for the early bird special.
You can't just walk out. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not the right to be casually invoked.
That is not a right to be casually revoked.
There is a certain risk to being considered.
Sounds like circus music.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away?
Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? What if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
But
You think I had Lana disposed of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Hey, Your Honor.
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
Do I have any proof? Do I have any proof? Do I have proof? Yes. Present evidence. I can't let him squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence.
Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Murdered him with a benefit of the doubt. I don't think it's any of this. Hold on. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. An hour and a half of 4 p.m. Well, he never went in here, so I guess that timestamp doesn't really matter. Okay, maybe I'm tracking nonsense. When was this put in? Does it say? No. What proves he did it?
demon.
Better prove Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of the doubt. Never did look at the screwdriver, but I don't think this matters to anything. Yes, he said he's been on attack. That means it has nothing to do with the current case. Yeah, exactly. They could have killed him with the screwdriver. I don't know. The switchblade, maybe. Because... according to... somebody, I don't remember who said it, but the knife was still in Goodman's body. She took it out and stabbed him. So that would imply that there was a knife. Or that, you know. Both him and Goodman went into the thing. But then when Marshall went in, there was nothing in there. So that implies that both of them went in. Or Goodman and this guy went in, he then killed him with the evidence that was in that locker, took everything out, and whatever. And then to dispose of the body, he took it to the car and sent it off with Edgeworth. It might be the knife. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. I don't know if I've ever used the memo for anything. I don't remember. It's either gonna be the ID record or the knife, I think. I'm gonna try the knife. So, what exactly is this? It's proof as whether or not it's dead enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Alright. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What do I think, Mr. Wright? I'm going to be late for lunch. I guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me a little longer. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. The court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. I'm gonna save because I don't remember what I saved. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Grant murdered the guy. It's probably gonna be the timestamp. Because they both went in, he kills him. Or the autopsy report. Maybe the autopsy report. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. That doesn't make sense. Because the way that's phrased, it makes me think he lived for an hour and a half after being stabbed. Let's try this. So what exactly does this prove? Nothing. It proves absolutely nothing. Okay, so it wasn't the timestamps. What proves he killed him? The shoe? The shoe could be it. Because they were talking about how there's an absurd amount of blood at the bottom, but there was no blood at the scene of the crime. In the parking lot. So that would imply that there was blood elsewhere. But they all think that the blood was washed away. But I feel like if I present this, then it'd just be like, I don't know. It better prove Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of the doubt. It could be the shoe. I'm gonna try the shoe. It's probably a stretch, but I'm gonna try the shoe. It's not the shoe. Okay, I'm just gonna reload so I don't have to sit through all that again. Oh, I gotta sit through it anyways. God dang it. No! It beat me to it. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. What killed it? Or death due to a loss of blood, 1 knife wound. Well, the way the autopsy report goes is that it implies that he stabbed him and just left him to bleed. Better proof, shadow of a doubt. The memo. Victim's memo, 221 SL9. Could be it, I guess. Because it could show that, like, they were tinkering with something. Although I guess that doesn't prove he killed him. Stop looking at me like that, demon. Did I present the autopsy report yet? I don't think I did. Okay, autopsy report is not it. We're playing evidence hot potato here. No, I have to have the evidence. There's no way I don't. But I probably don't. But I feel like if I don't call out the evidence, or call out something, he's gonna be like, well, I guess he's off the hook. Yeah, I might not have it. Who knows? After the crime was committed. But I guess that doesn't prove he killed him. It was the badger the whole time. Yeah, for all I know, there probably isn't anything in here that proves he did it. I don't think any of these last things have anything to do with this. I think all of this last stuff was purely, well, maybe except this book. Evidence law. But the book's probably later. God, I might not actually have anything. I keep looking, but nothing's really clicking with me. It could literally be any of these. It's probably gonna be something so dumb. I guess I could say I could, or just go in and say I have no proof, just to see what happens. I'm gonna try this, even though this doesn't have any. Yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with it. I'm just gonna load. I don't know, do you have any concrete proofs? It's just gonna be like, well then, it's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure myself. No, at present I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji? In that case, this course is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip, never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? Seems that Lady Luck was not on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you, Mr. Earlier, right? This is an affront to the senior. What? Oh, wait, maybe this was what I was supposed to do. Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Are you kidding me? There was no evidence. That's crazy. A lady who knows the truth other... blah, blah, blah. In the absence of a... wrong voice. In the absence of a conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. The Chief Gaunt has invoked the right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the only one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defendant calls forth Lana Sky.
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st.
Can't believe I wasted my time looking at pointless evidence.
Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objection, Your Honor.
Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh? Chief Gaunt, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you would never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. Well, I've got a lunch date to meet. We're just letting this man leave. He's a literal suspect.
Did anyone else see that man just vanish from thin air? Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, pals.
Detective Gumshoes?
Nah, I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of the top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now.
Dude, we're gonna have gumshoes. You need to have a top knot, and you need to wear that goofy dress.
Chief Gaunt's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Oh wait, that's the finish. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to being considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits its right to say anything too? Oh. Howdy. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. Nah, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? You killed somebody. Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gaunt's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
That must be why she came so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gaunt may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now I knocked Mr. Marshall into the armor. I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Finally, thank God. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
To be continued.
See it to the end. Dun, 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 dun. Can I get Gumshoes next to me? Like, can he be my moral support? I like that guy. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gaunt.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get to Gaunt.
See, like, she is in a good position here to just not lie. If she just says everything truthfully, he gets arrested, she gets off free, because, well, and her sister's gonna be fine, because, like, well, it's already out there.
I worked alongside Gaunt for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gaunt has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the very beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Gaunt and the fabrications. Den 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 den.
Worked alongside Gaunt for years. How many years exactly? Since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gaunt and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
It must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Norman Gaunt was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to the blackmail theory. Now think about this, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do it to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't be charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was self-defense. She would have been fine. Like, yeah, she'd have to live with the mental image of having killed somebody, but...
I found Prosecutor Marshall's body. I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the scene of the crime?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? The prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. It's the only situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Criticize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
No, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It's probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Well, just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of the Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. Wait, she didn't say that the first time around. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the...
And then you moved the body.
But why? Why would you do that?
Of all people should know, Edgeworth, you've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others.
Why'd you plant the knife? Why'd you move the body? I feel like both of these are justifiable.
Well, she planted a knife to falsify the evidence. Why'd you move the body? And you showed up on the scene. Where exactly was the victim's body? Just where you deduced it was, by Chief Gont's desk.
But the body was found by your desk.
They switched the room around.
Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
A piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Dude, she's just adding stuff. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that the Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like a murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as prosecutor, what I've done is unbearable. There's nothing I can do to make it up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Alana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Okay, maybe I ask her about implanting the knife. Why did you plant the knife? But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright, even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well. Let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in this body would be all the proof we need. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be having the tip of the knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. Okay, so I have to pair something to something here. What do we have? So it seemed like we have to prove that she didn't fabricate alone, is what's going on here. But how do we prove she didn't fabricate the thing alone? Oh, that's not what I wanted. So I worked alongside Gaunt for years. There's no truth to the blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. How do we prove that she didn't fabricate it alone? I mean, Gaunt's piece of paper, but I guess we can't exactly, you know, prove that one. I mean... So we have to prove So she responds to the... She responded to the thing, thus giving 2 answers, which makes me think those 2 answers are relevant. So what was it? She needed to... Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago by myself, broke the tip of the thing. Yeah, the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we need. Only motivation was to get Dark convicted and nothing... What happened to the jar? Wasn't there a jar message there? Do I have to, like, get it back? Oh, what if I press her on it again? Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was there, but the body was found on your desk, or by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. So have the witness explain the more blah, 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 blah. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. What'd she say about that? Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered into pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. What's the matter? Apparently the jar shattered at the time... Okay, they did call out the jar. So maybe I have to present the jar. But I have a feeling there's more to that. There must be... I guess we'll present the jar since they seem to keep pointing it out. How do you like this jar? This guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in the final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message onto the jar, it must not have been broken before he died.
So that's the route they're taking? He couldn't write on a broken jar?
He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar.
Order, order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical? Let me save just in case.
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. Jar.
And a message of blood.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
Well, you did a bad job. You mean you're the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't the chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Jar and message in blood.
Immediately noticed the jar. But she said it was dark. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't been broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
Not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You're
You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar?
Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I couldn't see. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? Nope. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces around and ground them into dust. Well, that helps my case. Bonnie, you'd do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body, and it was...
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean? If you really thought Doc killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in this situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were so large, I'm sure I got them all.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
So you will illegally rearrange the crime scene?
Yes, I don't have any excuse for my action. I'm so sorry, Lana, I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around.
What? Well, if you know it, say it. I don't know it. So what information do we have? It was dark. It was dark and she wiped away the blood. The cloth, maybe? But that's not, her fingerprints aren't on it.
Unless I can turn it around. There's no fingerprints.
To be safe, I wiped away the blood. But what do we have? Not the phone. I don't think it's the phone. So what are we doing? She wiped away the blood and it was dark. That's all we have. She thought she gathered up all the pieces. This could literally be anything. Maybe there's something secret on the jar we didn't see. Maybe? Probably not. Examining the bottom, it's just like, how does this thing stand up? Wanna watch the security video again? From Miss Sky explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Well, doesn't really do much for me. In the grand scheme of things. Did I call out everything? Am I dumb? I think I called out everything. Immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark. To be safe, I wiped them away. The fragments were large, so I'm Sure, I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Well, clearly the focus is still the jar. The fragments are so large, so I'm sure I got them all. To be safe, I wiped them away. All I could think about was wiping them clean. But you didn't. You didn't wipe them clean, because there was the one. There was the one piece that she didn't get. That's not what I wanted. Fragments were so large, I'm sure I got them all. But you didn't. Do I just present the jar again? Is that what they want here? This guy, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you are unaware of. I guess that was right. What? We found the final piece of this jar in the Chief Gaunt's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gaunt got there before you did.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
That has nothing to do with the case, Your Honor. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene of the crime, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gaunt at the time of the crime, or at the time he was looking. The dark downstairs.
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No, I cannot. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Daman Gaunt arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gaunt do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, it isn't clear. Or isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gaunt's aid. Lending her his aid, Gaunt helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief.
It's not the Master Chief.
I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe it. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem to be the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gaunt's trap?
There's something wrong, Mr. Wright.
Lana, maybe right after all.
What do you mean, Wright?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
No. Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But
if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of the prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Alright, the witness may testify. Once more. For God's sake. For the final time.
Actual crime scene.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. And men Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. And Chief Gaunt helped me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
Is it the book?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Well, it's the book. It's the only thing she gave me. Open sesame. Or not. Oh!
Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged everything.
Lana's picture inserted to the court records.
Gasp, Mr. Wright? That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be?
The cloth we found inside Chief Gaunt's safe. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, if I had fingerprints on it, or it had fingerprints on it, whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? Are those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
God, we're still going? That wasn't enough?
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor. Oh, okay, never mind. I had no control. Well, hey, you can't be here. You have to leave.
Come now, Uji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gaunt.
What now? What? Now you want me to make... Or you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
You can't.
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make a statement of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of your noose tightening around your own neck.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statement.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
Yes. The one that shows who really killed him cannot show evidence. I will show the evidence. I'm not scared. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright, the time's finally come to show it then. Those prints have got to be the chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that showed who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. This is gonna come to bite me. It's a piece of leather cloth.
Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest.
What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
What? Whose fingerprints are those?
I'm sure Wright has checked, haven't you?
Well, whose are they?
There. Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See, I told you it was conclusive.
But this is found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't remember any cloth in my safe. You really expect me to believe that?
But give it up, Mr. Wright, it's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death.
Oh.
Okay, so I was wrong to do it. It appears we have our killer.
No. Da. In the end, Lana was alone and
Guilty.
Okay, so when they say, or because I wasn't a coward, I got punished. How far back am I? Oh, I cannot show the evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time.
What? You lie.
Chief Gaunt?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show him? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you want to present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gaunt? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture.
Why are we letting him talk? He's not allowed to talk.
See, they have the victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as a murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
Wait, you can't talk. Unless you're... If he throws out a testimony, that's not right.
I was the first person to arrive at the scene of the crime that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay on her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. I almost said Drake again. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name.
I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ha ha ha, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come now, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gaunt. If you were hiding the cloth, you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do all that. Or to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it to them before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Well, wouldn't evidence law go into this? Unregistered evidence? Oh, well, I guess it would be relevant. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. You know, I'm gonna do the opposite this time. I'm gonna be a coward. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints.
Right, think hard over the circumstances.
Circumstances?
I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you just waiting for that difference?
So, Edgeworth figured out my plan? Mr. Wright, this is your last chance. And I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence shows who actually murdered the prosecutor marshal. I guess I show the cloth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Well, then he could have just put her fingerprints on it, because she was unconscious. All right, ah, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It couldn't have been forged. It must have been authentic and conclusive evidence. Oh, you're slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean he already knew? You know his fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? I mean, I had no choice but to present it. Hey, well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Do I say the truth? I feel like I have no choice. Emma Sky.
What? They're mine?
Sorry, Emma, but why?
Why didn't you tell me?
Gah ha 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 ha. You're really something, right-ho? You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me.
And we're not pinning the murder on you. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster.
Miss Sky.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Oh, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence.
Why is he still here?
That, my friend, is a serious offense.
The same offense you hid.
I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Well, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
A what? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. After I save. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Is evidence law. Right?
Oh, it's fun watching you squirm, Righto.
This piece of evidence does indeed seem to contradict something. Your outward appearance of mental sanity.
Okay, so it wasn't evidence law. What am I doing? This cloth was cut from Prosecutor Marshall's vest after he died. Something definitely not right about it.
It's too late to turn back now. You're the only one who can put an end to this, right?
It could explain why a piece of the blade was in Marshall. Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. The picture? There's nothing wrong with the picture. Oh, maybe this picture? It contradicts this cloth. There's no blood on this cloth. That doesn't have anything to do with this. I guess we'll try the picture.
What exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture the Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Okay, so I was kind of right. There was no blood on the cloth. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could have done it? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor sword.
Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. They'd make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of a victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No!
It's finally all over.
Please? Objection.
You have no right.
That was a close one, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, the piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
But it relates to the court case.
Order. What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Raji? Earlier old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Wright-o? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, he never specified he didn't have the evidence, he just said he can't show it right then.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, the piece of cloth ceased to be illegal evidence.
But that's not fair.
No. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gaunt's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence can't be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not. I admit, I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gaunt.
Ah!
It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence.
No, but you don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
The evidence law. This is my proof, Your Honor. The evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police's department.
Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case of the trial.
And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at that time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damengant.
You yourself confessed to the certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No.
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest. The one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who could have done it, who could be. Damengant, the killer was you.
I wasn't expecting him to go so hard.
Oh God.
What I knew
Ooh. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good for nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yes, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, and he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out.
What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker and he was taking the evidence out, and he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on the Detective Gumshoe's locker.
It used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
And you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from the Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jaw fragments and gloves.
Yeah? It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to get it right, once you try to do it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Edgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
You are no friend of mine. I'm sorry too, Damangant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to the other on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wrighto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melody... Oh.
Are we free? There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damangant betrayed you from the very beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gaunt help me forge evidence up until today. So it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. And I'm sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. What high standard you have for a rookie? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you might make it to the top.
She smiled.
I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. To you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few years, believe me. I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you
rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is still you acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not
Guilty.
Yeah! That is all. This court is adjourned.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over.
What?
Emma? Why the long face? Sorry sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few years. You've done well. You know, and I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. How many times we gotta teach you this lesson, Gumshoes? Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Right, Detective Gumshoes, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
No? Are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Oh,
Lana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess. Alright, come on, let's go. Sis, I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realized I was wrong. I changed after that day. I started wearing a scarf and called it a muffler. It was crazy. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared that you would look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. And hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Happy times. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Hey, Edgeworth, stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gunt was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
His chin looks like a seashell.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth,
who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gaunt did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Diamond Gaunt and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, we're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
What? Yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. What?
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth!
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell. Goodbye.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific Investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
We get it, you're happy, quit smiling at me. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Quit thinking about me. Well, don't go tracking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you
said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
Where'd you go, detective? I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright, here's the one who will be footing the bill.
Huh? What?
What, you think I could afford it on my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Uh-oh. No, we're getting more credits.
Yeah! Now is this the real end, or are they gonna throw a surprise case at me?
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma, I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Oh. Hopefully these credits aren't too long. Yikes. I thought I was a gunner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. I'm Detective Gumshoes. What a guy. Certainly the credits can't be that long.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective.
Yes, sir, then I could be just like that gumshoe.
I guess there would be a little more people in here. Oh. Demon. You gonna say something? Your battery gonna die? You gonna vibe check me? Oh, he died. Oh, and he's dead. He died and he died again. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina a backer smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Billy and the gang. The Cletus cactuses.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as the victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
That would kind of suck. I want the sweet before the sour. Or before the bitter. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Piece the scene. Translation. Steve! Banned from Smash tournaments. Get him out.
What? Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, something I do miss hearing. You and your objection. Still, can't go back until I'm fully fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
Did we, visit her or something? Special thanks. Is that it? Are we reached the end? He's kind of speeding. Oh, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. I brought your tea. What's going on?
I forgot he showed up for like 2 seconds. He showed up for 2 seconds delivering tea to Edgeworth. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Oh,